Welcome to Dreamshade Stories, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. Thank you so much for choosing to spend this time with me tonight. Close your eyes, let your shoulders drop, and now let's begin our story. The Last Keeper of the Lighthouse. Chapter 1. When the fog settled and stayed. The lighthouse stood where it had always stood, at the edge of the rocky peninsula where the land seemed to hesitate before meeting the sea. Thomas Webb had been its keeper for 17 years, though sometimes it felt like much longer, and sometimes like no time at all. The days had a way of blending into one another here, each one carrying the same weight, the same rhythm, the same gentle insistence of routine. Morning came slowly to the lighthouse. The sun did not announce itself with fanfare, but rather eased its way into the sky, turning the darkness to gray, then gray to pale blue, then finally to something resembling daylight. Thomas woke at the same time each morning, not because of an alarm, but because his body had learned the language of this place. 6:30. Always 6:30. He would lie in his narrow bed for a few moments, listening to the familiar sounds. The wind moving around the tower, the gulls beginning their daily conversations, the distant rhythm of waves against the rocks below. These sounds were as much a part of the morning as breathing. The bedroom was small and spare. A bed, a wooden chair, a chest of drawers that had belonged to the keeper before him and the keeper before that. The walls were thick stone, painted white many years ago, now faded to something softer. A single window looked out toward the east, and through it, Thomas could see the first light touching the water. He would rise slowly, his joints protesting slightly as they did more and more these days. 53 years old. Not ancient, but not young either. His body knew the work of this place, the climbing of stairs, the carrying of supplies, the endless maintenance that a lighthouse demanded. The morning routine began the same way it always did. Thomas dressed in his usual clothes, worn corduroy trousers and a thick wool sweater that had been darned many times at the elbows. Then he descended the spiral staircase, his hand trailing along the cool metal railing, his feet finding each step without thought. The kitchen occupied the ground floor of the keeper's cottage, which stood adjacent to the tower itself. It was a simple room with a cast-iron stove, a deep ceramic sink, open shelves holding mismatched dishes and cups, and a wooden table with 2 chairs, though only one was ever used. Thomas filled the kettle with water from the pump and set it on the stove. While waiting for it to boil, he opened the door and stepped outside into the morning. The air was cool and damp, heavy with salt and the smell of seaweed. The fog had come in during the night and showed no signs of leaving. It wrapped around everything, softening edges, muffling sounds, turning the world into something uncertain. This was not unusual. The fog came and went according to its own schedule, sometimes staying for hours, sometimes for days. Thomas had learned not to mind it. In some ways, he preferred these gray mornings. They felt private, as if the lighthouse existed in its own small world, separate from everything else. He walked the perimeter of the compound, as he did every morning, checking for anything that might need attention. The fence that surrounded the property meant more to mark the boundary than to keep anything in or out. The storage shed where he kept tools and extra supplies. The rain barrels that collected water. The narrow path that led down to the small dock where the supply boat came once a month. Everything was as it should be. Everything was as it had been yesterday, and the day before that, and all the days stretching back through the years. The kettle was whistling when he returned to the kitchen. Thomas made his tea, strong and black, and drank it standing by the window, looking out at the fog. He ate breakfast slowly, porridge with a spoonful of honey, bread toasted over the stove, an apple from the crate that had arrived with last month's supplies. After breakfast came the first inspection of the day. Thomas climbed the spiral staircase inside the tower, counting the steps as he always did. 147. The number never changed, but he counted anyway, a small ritual that marked the beginning of the work. The lamp room at the top of the tower was his favorite place. It was all windows, offering a view in every direction, though today there was nothing to see but fog. The great lamp stood in the center, its lens and prisms carefully arranged to cast light far out to sea. During the day it sat dormant, but Thomas checked it anyway, cleaning any salt residue from the glass, making sure the clockwork mechanism that turned it was properly wound, inspecting the electrical connections. He kept a logbook, as all lighthouse keepers did, recording the weather, the visibility, the condition of the equipment, any ships that passed within sight. His handwriting was neat and consistent, the entries brief and factual. September 14th. Morning fog. Visibility less than 100 yards. Wind light from the northwest. All equipment functioning normally. No vessels sighted. The words were simple, but writing them gave shape to the day. They were proof that time was passing, that things were happening, even if those things were small and quiet. By mid-morning, the fog had grown thicker. Thomas could barely see to the edge of the cliff now. The foghorn would need to be activated. He made his way to the small control room where the horn's compressor sat, a mechanical beast that required regular maintenance and a firm hand to operate. The sound of the foghorn was tremendous, a deep, mournful blast that carried for miles. Thomas had grown used to it over the years, though he remembered how it had unsettled him at first, the way it seemed to fill not just the air, but his chest, his bones, everything. Now it was simply part of the fabric of foggy days, marking time in regular intervals, warning ships of the rocks, of the dangerous coast, of the need to stay away. The horn sounded. 30 seconds of noise, then 2 minutes of silence. Then again, and again. Between the blasts, Thomas worked on other tasks. There were always tasks. A section of railing needed repainting. Some of the roof tiles on the keeper's cottage had loosened in the last storm. The rain barrels needed cleaning. The vegetable garden, small and sheltered behind the cottage, required weeding. He worked slowly, methodically, taking breaks when his back began to ache, when his hands grew cold. There was no need to rush. The work would still be there tomorrow and the day after that. The lighthouse demanded attention, but it was patient about receiving it. Lunch was simple, as all his meals were. Tinned fish, bread, pickled vegetables from a jar. He ate at the wooden table, listening to the foghorn, to the wind, to the silence between sounds. In the afternoon, he walked down to the dock to check the boats. There were two, both small, both old. One was a rowing boat he used for fishing and for inspecting the rocks at the base of the cliff. The other was a small motorboat, used only rarely, kept more out of obligation than necessity. Both needed to be maintained, their hulls checked for damage, their ropes and fittings examined. The dock itself was a simple wooden structure built into a natural cleft in the rocks. The water here was relatively calm, protected from the worst of the waves, though even so, the dock required constant repair. Wood rotted in the salt air, nails worked loose, planks needed replacing. Thomas knelt on the dock, examining the place where one of the supporting posts met the rock. The wood was soft there, beginning to crumble. He made a mental note to replace it soon, perhaps next week, perhaps the week after. The urgency of things was different here. What might be critical elsewhere could wait a little longer at the lighthouse. As he worked, he became aware of a sound beneath the usual sounds. Not the wind or the waves or the foghorn, but something else. A kind of creaking, rhythmic and slow. He looked up, peering into the fog, but could see nothing. The sound continued for a moment, then faded. Perhaps a piece of driftwood caught between the rocks, moving with the swell. Perhaps nothing at all. Sounds could be deceptive in the fog, seeming to come from one direction when they originated from another, or from no direction at all. Thomas returned to the cottage as the afternoon stretched toward evening. The fog showed no signs of lifting. He lit the oil lamps inside the cottage, their warm glow pushing back the gray light that filtered through the windows. Dinner was potatoes and onions fried in butter, with more bread and tea. He ate slowly, savoring each bite not because it was particularly delicious, but because it was warm and filling and his. As darkness approached, it was time for the most important task of the day. Thomas climbed the tower stairs once more, this time carrying a box of matches and his logbook. In the lamp room, he made his final checks, then activated the great lamp. The light sprang to life with a low hum, the bulb glowing bright and steady. The clockwork mechanism engaged with a series of clicks, and the lens assembly began its slow rotation. The beam swept out into the darkness, cutting through the fog, a warning and a guide, the purpose for which the lighthouse existed. Thomas watched it for a while, as he did every evening. There was something hypnotic about the turning light, the way it revealed and then concealed over and over, never stopping, never varying its rhythm. He wrote in the logbook, lamp activated at 1847. Fog continues. Visibility poor. Foghorn in operation. Then he descended the stairs and returned to the cottage. The evening stretched ahead, as evenings always did. Thomas sat in the wooden chair by the stove and opened a book, one he had read before, possibly more than once. The words were familiar, comfortable, requiring little attention. Outside, the foghorn continued its mournful song. The light turned and turned. The waves met the rocks below. Night settled over the lighthouse, as it always did, wrapping it in darkness and fog and the steady, unchanging rhythm of the sea. Thomas read until his eyes grew tired, then marked his place and set the book aside. He wound the small clock on the mantel, checked that the stove was properly banked for the night, and climbed the narrow stairs to his bedroom. In bed, he could hear everything and nothing. The wind, the waves, the foghorn, the creaking of the old building settling into itself. These sounds were a kind of lullaby, one he had listened to for so many years that silence would have been strange, unsettling. He closed his eyes and let the sounds wash over him. Tomorrow would be much like today, and the day after that, the same. This was not a complaint or an observation, simply a fact, as unchangeable as the tide, as certain as the turning of the light above. The fog remained, and Thomas slept, and the lighthouse stood watch through the night, as it had always done, as it would continue to do, time moving slowly, indistinguishably, like water wearing away stone. Chapter 2. The Rhythm of Unchanging Days. Morning arrived in the same way it always did, gray and gradual, and accompanied by the familiar sounds that marked the transition from darkness to day. Thomas woke, lay still for a moment, then rose and began the routine that had become as natural as breathing. The fog was still there, perhaps even thicker than yesterday, if such a thing could be measured. It pressed against the windows like something solid, something with weight and substance. Thomas moved through his morning tasks without hurry, dressing, descending the stairs, filling the kettle, stepping outside to check the perimeter. The world beyond the fence was invisible now. He could see perhaps 20 feet, no more. The edge of the cliff, the path down to the dock, the distant horizon, all of it had been erased by the gray. Even the sound seemed muffled, as if the fog absorbed everything, holding it close. Thomas made his tea and porridge, ate standing by the window as he often did, watching the nothing that was visible through the glass. The lighthouse existed in a small bubble now, itself and the immediate ground around it. Everything else uncertain, theoretical. After breakfast, he climbed the tower. 147 steps, his hand on the railing, his feet finding each rise without thought. In the lamp room, he extinguished the great light, which had burned through the night, and began his inspection. The lens assembly required careful attention. Each prism had to be cleaned, the metal fittings checked for corrosion, the clockwork mechanism examined and lubricated. This was delicate work, requiring patience and a steady hand. Thomas had done it so many times that his hands seemed to know what to do without instruction from his mind. While he worked, he listened to the foghorn, still operating on its regular cycle. 30 seconds of sound, 2 minutes of silence. The rhythm was hypnotic, marking time in a way that both passed and stood still. He wrote in the logbook, September 15th. Fog continues. Visibility 20 feet or less. Wind light, direction uncertain. Foghorn in continuous operation. All equipment functioning normally. No vessels sighted. The words were similar to yesterday's entry, and to many entries before that. Sometimes Thomas wondered if anyone ever read these logs, if they mattered to anyone beyond himself. But he wrote them anyway, because that was part of the work, part of the responsibility of being a keeper. The morning passed in work. Thomas repaired the section of fence that had been loose, replacing a post that had rotted at its base. He worked slowly, digging the hole, setting the new post, packing earth and stones around it. The fog clung to everything, beating on his clothes, his hair, his skin. When the work was finished, he stood for a moment, looking at what he had done. The fence was secure again. It would hold for months, perhaps years. Then it would need to be repaired again, and the work would continue, as it always did. Lunch was bread and cheese and an apple. Thomas ate at the wooden table, turning the pages of a newspaper that had arrived with last month's supplies. The news was old now, already out of date, but it hardly mattered. Wars and elections and scandals seemed very far away from the lighthouse, as if they were happening in another world entirely. In the afternoon, he decided to check the tide pools on the rocks below the lighthouse. The path down was steep and required care, especially in the fog, but Thomas knew it well. He descended slowly, his boots finding purchase on the worn stone, his hands steadying himself against the cliff face. The tide was out, exposing rocks that were usually submerged, creating pools of water trapped in the stone hollows. Thomas moved among them carefully, looking at the small ecosystems they contained. Anemones, their tentacles waving gently. Tiny fish darting between strands of seaweed. Crabs scuttling sideways across the rock. Mussels clustered together in dark masses. He had always found these tide pools interesting, these small worlds that appeared and disappeared with the rhythm of the sea. There was something about their temporary nature, the way they existed fully in the present moment, that appealed to him. He collected some mussels, dropping them into a canvas bag. They would make a good addition to tomorrow's dinner. The work of gathering them was simple and satisfying, requiring only attention and patience. As he worked, crouched beside a pool, he heard the sound again. The creaking, rhythmic sound that he had noticed yesterday. It seemed to come from somewhere out in the fog, somewhere beyond the visible rocks. Thomas stood and listened, trying to locate its source, but the fog distorted everything. He called out, his voice sounding strange and flat in the muffled air. "Hello." No response, only the creaking, continuing its slow rhythm, then fading once more into the background noise of wind and waves. Thomas waited for a moment, then returned to collecting mussels. Perhaps it was debris from a shipwreck caught on the rocks farther out. Perhaps it was simply the sea itself, which made endless sounds, most of them nameless and meaningless. He climbed back up the path with his bag of mussels, the ascent requiring more effort than the descent, his breath coming harder by the time he reached the top. He was getting older. The work that had once been easy was becoming more difficult, though not yet difficult enough to matter. The afternoon continued in work and routine. Thomas cleaned the kitchen, swept the floors, organized his tools in the shed. He wrote a letter to the mainland, a brief report on supplies needed, forms that required filling out, the bureaucratic necessities that accompanied even a life as isolated as this. The letter would go out with the next supply boat, which was due in 2 weeks. Or was it 3? Thomas checked the calendar hanging on the kitchen wall, a calendar illustrated with photographs of places he had never been. Gardens in spring, mountains at sunset, city streets decorated for holidays. The images seemed foreign, almost imaginary. The supply boat was due in 2 weeks. He marked it on the calendar with a pencil, a small X on the appropriate square, then returned to his work. Evening approached in its usual gradual way. Thomas prepared a simple dinner of potatoes and tinned meat, eating while watching the fog through the window. It seemed to be growing darker now, though whether that was because night was falling or because the fog itself was changing, he could not say. He climbed the tower as twilight deepened, activated the great lamp, watched it begin its rotation. The beam cut through the fog, though he could not tell how far it reached. Perhaps miles, perhaps only yards. The light went out regardless, doing its work whether anyone was there to see it or not. In the logbook he wrote, Lamp activated at 1845. Fog continues. Visibility poor. Foghorn in operation. Collected mussels from tide pools. Fence post replaced. The entry was longer than usual, including details that were not strictly necessary. Thomas looked at what he had written, considered crossing out the last two sentences, then left them as they were. Why not record these small things? They had happened. They were as true as the weather, as the functioning of the equipment. The evening passed as evenings did. Thomas sat by the stove, reading, listening to the sounds of the lighthouse settling into night. The foghorn continued its regular cycle. The light turned above. The sea moved against the rocks below. He thought about the creaking sound, wondered again what it might be. But the wondering was vague, not urgent. The lighthouse had stood here for over 100 years, and the sea had made strange sounds for all of that time. This was simply another sound, another small mystery that would either resolve itself or fade into the background of all the other unresolved mysteries. Before bed, Thomas walked outside one more time, as he sometimes did, making a final check of everything. The fog was so thick now that he could barely see his hand in front of his face. The beam from the lighthouse was visible above, a glow in the darkness, but it revealed nothing else. He stood for a moment in the fog and the darkness, feeling the dampness on his face, listening to the foghorn, to the waves, to his own breathing. There was something about standing alone in such weather, in such darkness, that made a person feel very small and very quiet. Thomas returned to the cottage, climbed the stairs to his bedroom, and lay down. Sleep came easily, as it always did, and the night continued around him, the lighthouse keeping watch, the fog remaining. Everything held in a kind of suspension, waiting for nothing in particular, simply existing in the slow passage of time. Chapter 3. When the familiar became strange. The fog was still there on the third morning, and had been there through all the time between. Thomas had woken once during the night, around 3 o'clock, and had lain in bed listening to the foghorn, to the deep rhythm of it that seemed to pulse through the very stone of the lighthouse. Then he had slept again, and when he woke at his usual time, the gray morning was waiting. His routine continued as it always did. The kettle, the tea, the porridge, the checking of the perimeter. But Thomas noticed something as he walked around the compound that morning. The fog had changed. It was still thick, still obscuring everything beyond a short distance. But there was a quality to it now that he could not quite name. A weight, perhaps, or a presence, as if it were aware of him in some way. This was a foolish thought, and Thomas dismissed it as soon as it formed. Fog was fog, nothing more. Water droplets suspended in air, a meteorological phenomenon with nothing mysterious about it. He had lived in fog before, many times. This was no different. But the thought lingered anyway, a small uncomfortable feeling at the back of his mind. After breakfast, he climbed the tower for the morning inspection. The lamp had burned through the night without issue. The clockwork mechanism had maintained its rotation. Everything was as it should be. Thomas cleaned and checked and recorded his observations in the logbook. September 16th. Fog continues for third day. Visibility extremely limited. Wind calm. Barometer falling slightly. Foghorn in operation. All equipment functioning normally. No vessels sighted. He paused before closing the logbook, his pen hovering over the page. Should he write about the creaking sound he had heard? But what would he write? That he had heard something, but did not know what it was or where it came from. It seemed pointless to record such an observation. He closed the logbook and descended the stairs. The morning's work involved checking the foghorn compressor, which had been running continuously for 3 days now and was beginning to heat more than usual. Thomas examined it carefully, checking the oil levels, the belt tension, the electrical connections. Everything appeared normal, but he made a note to monitor it closely. Equipment working continuously wore down faster, developed problems that might not appear otherwise. While he worked, he found his mind wandering, thinking about the supply boat that would come in 2 weeks. Or was it less now? He had lost track somehow. The days had been blending together, one indistinguishable from the next, and it was difficult to remember which was which. He checked the calendar when he returned to the cottage for lunch. 11 days until the supply boat. He was sure of it, could count the days clearly marked on the calendar. Yet somehow it felt wrong, as if more time had passed, or less, or time itself had become unreliable. Thomas ate his lunch slowly, tinned soup heated on the stove, bread, tea. The food was the same as always, but it tasted different somehow. Bland, perhaps, or simply uninteresting. He ate because he needed to eat, not because he was particularly hungry. In the afternoon, he decided to walk down to the dock again. The path was treacherous in the fog, but he was careful, taking his time, testing each step before committing his weight. The sound of the waves grew louder as he descended, and he could hear the water moving among the rocks, a rushing, breathing sound. The dock appeared suddenly out of the fog, its wooden planks dark with moisture. Thomas checked the boats, examined the ropes and fittings, looked at the place where the post needed replacing. He had meant to do that work, hadn't he? But somehow he had not gotten to it yet. And then he heard the sound again. The creaking, rhythmic and slow, coming from somewhere out in the fog. But this time it was louder, closer, more distinct. Thomas stood very still, listening. The sound continued, regular as a heartbeat, and with it he could hear something else. A kind of scraping, perhaps, or a soft knocking. Wood against wood, or wood against stone. "Hello," he called out, his voice swallowed by the fog almost as soon as it left his mouth. No response, just the creaking, the scraping, the sound of something moving in the invisible water. Thomas walked to the end of the dock, peering into the fog. He could see perhaps 10 feet, no more. The water was dark and still, or as still as water ever was here. Small waves lapped against the dock pilings. The sound seemed to be coming from the left, from somewhere along the cliff face. Thomas tried to fix its location, but the fog made that impossible. It could have been 30 feet away or 300. He waited, listening, but the sound began to fade again, growing quieter until it was lost beneath the ambient noise of wind and sea. Thomas returned to the lighthouse troubled, though he could not say exactly why. It was just a sound. The sea made countless sounds. This meant nothing, but still it bothered him. The afternoon passed in routine tasks that required little thought. Thomas found himself making small errors, forgetting where he had put his tools, losing track of what he had meant to do next. This was unlike him. He prided himself on his methodical approach, his careful attention to detail. Perhaps he was simply tired. 3 days of fog could wear on a person, make them dull and inattentive. He made dinner early, as if by eating early he could bring the day to a quicker end. Rice and the mussels he had collected yesterday, cooked with onions and a little butter. The mussels were fresh and good, but Thomas barely tasted them. As evening approached, he climbed the tower to activate the lamp. The climb seemed longer than usual, the stairs steeper, though he knew this was impossible. The lighthouse had not changed. He had climbed these stairs thousands of times. In the lamp room, he went through the usual preparations, checking everything before activating the light. But as he reached for the switch, he paused. Something was different. Something about the lamp room felt wrong. Thomas looked around carefully. The windows, the lens assembly, the clockwork mechanism, the walls, the floor, everything was in its place. Everything appeared normal. Yet the feeling persisted, a sense that something was not quite right, as if the room were somehow larger than it should be, or smaller, or the walls were at slightly wrong angles. He shook his head, trying to clear it. This was foolish. He was tired, that was all. The fog was affecting him more than he had realized. Thomas activated the lamp. It sprang to life normally, the lens beginning its rotation, the beam sweeping out into the fog. He watched it for a moment, then descended the stairs, his hand gripping the railing more tightly than usual. In the cottage, he tried to read, but found he could not concentrate. The words on the page seemed to slip away from him, refusing to form coherent sentences. He read the same paragraph 3 times and still could not say what it was about. Finally, he gave up and simply sat by the stove, staring into the coals, listening to the foghorn, to the wind, to all the familiar sounds that suddenly seemed less familiar than they should be. The clock on the mantel ticked steadily. Thomas watched the hands move, counting the minutes, and realized with a strange disconnected feeling that he had no idea what time it was. The clock said 8:30, but it might have been any time at all. Morning or evening, early or late, the fog made it all the same. He wound the clock anyway, as he did every night, and climbed the stairs to bed. But sleep was slow in coming, and when it finally arrived, it was restless, filled with half-formed dreams of fog and water and sounds he could not identify, dreams that left him feeling more tired when he woke than when he had lain down. The lighthouse turned through the night, its light cutting through the fog, and the foghorn sounded its mournful call, and somewhere out in the darkness something creaked and scraped and moved through the water, and the fog remained, thick and gray and seemingly without end. Chapter 4. The Presence in the Mist. On the 4th morning, Thomas woke before his usual time, pulled from sleep by a sound he could not immediately identify. He lay in bed, listening, trying to locate it among all the familiar sounds of the lighthouse. The wind, the waves, the foghorn, the creaking of old wood and stone. All of these were there, as they always were. But there was something else. A sound like footsteps, perhaps, or water dripping, or something being dragged across stone. It came and went, never quite clear enough to identify, never quite loud enough to be certain it was really there at all. Thomas rose and dressed in the gray pre-dawn light. When he looked out the window, he saw that the fog had changed again. It seemed to have texture now, layers and depths visible in its grayness, as if it were not one thing, but many things pressed together. He He could see eddies and currents in it, the way air moved through it, creating patterns that appeared and dissolved and appeared again. He made his way downstairs and through the morning routine, but everything felt slightly off balance, as if he were moving through the day at a remove from himself. The kettle took longer to boil. The tea tasted strange. The bread was harder than it should be, or perhaps his teeth were weaker. After breakfast, Thomas stepped outside for the perimeter check and stopped immediately. There were marks on the ground, tracks in the wet earth near the fence. They were not clear enough to identify with certainty, not footprints exactly, but depressions, as if something had pressed into the soft ground and then moved on. He knelt down to examine them more closely. They seemed to lead from the direction of the cliff, past the cottage, and toward the tower. But they faded away after a few yards, becoming indistinct, finally disappearing altogether. Thomas looked around, peering into the fog, but saw nothing. The tracks could have been made by anything. Water runoff, perhaps, following some channel in the earth. Or an animal, though what animal would be out here, on this isolated spit of rock and stone, he could not imagine. He completed the perimeter check, noting nothing else unusual, then climbed the tower for the morning inspection. 147 steps, his breath coming harder now, his legs feeling heavy. In the lamp room, everything appeared normal, and yet Thomas could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. He examined the lens assembly carefully, looking for any sign of disturbance, but found nothing. The clockwork mechanism was working perfectly. The lamp had burned through the night without issue. He wrote in the logbook, September 17th. Fog continues for fourth day. Visibility severely limited. Barometer steady. Unusual marks observed on ground near fence. Origin unknown. Foghorn in operation. All equipment functioning normally. No vessels sighted. The entry felt inadequate somehow, as if it failed to capture something important, but Thomas could not think of what else to write. He closed the logbook and stood at the windows, looking out at the fog. And then he saw it. A shape in the fog, darker than the surrounding gray, moving slowly past the lighthouse. It was indistinct, impossible to judge its size or distance, but it was definitely there. Thomas pressed closer to the window, trying to make out details, but the fog obscured everything. The shape continued for a moment, then faded, dissolving back into the grayness. A ship, perhaps, though no ship should be this close to the rocks, and the foghorn had been sounding its warning continuously. But what else could it be? Thomas hurried down the stairs, his heart beating faster than usual, and went outside. He made his way to the edge of the cliff, to the place where the fence marked the drop-off to the rocks below. The fog was thick here, impenetrable, but he listened carefully. He could hear the waves against the rocks, the foghorn, the wind, and underneath it all, faint but distinct, the creaking sound, rhythmic and slow, coming from somewhere below, or nearby, or far away. The fog made it impossible to tell. "Hello," Thomas shouted into the fog. "Is anyone there?" His voice echoed strangely, as if the fog were throwing it back at him, distorting it. He waited, listening, but heard no response. He should go down to the dock, he thought. Check if there was a ship in distress, if someone needed help. This was his job, his responsibility. The lighthouse existed to help ships, to warn them away from danger, to guide them to safety. But Thomas found himself hesitating. Something about the situation felt wrong, though he could not articulate what or why. The fog, the sounds, the shape he had seen, none of it quite added up to something that made sense. He stood at the fence for a long time, listening to the creaking, trying to decide what to do. Finally, he turned and walked back to the cottage. He would wait, he decided. If someone needed help, they would call out. They would make their presence known. There was no reason to rush into the fog, down treacherous paths, looking for something he could not see and could not locate. The morning passed slowly. Thomas tried to work on various tasks, but he kept stopping, listening, going to windows to peer out into the fog. He was distracted, unable to concentrate, his thoughts circling around the shape he had seen, the marks on the ground, the persistent creaking sound. At lunchtime, he was not hungry but forced himself to eat anyway. The routine of it was important, he told himself. Routine was what kept a person grounded, what prevented them from drifting away into worry and speculation. But even as he ate, he could hear the sounds of the lighthouse around him, and they seemed different now. The creaking of the building settling, which had always been a comfortable sound, now seemed to echo the creaking from the fog. The wind moving around the tower sounded like voices, whispering just below the threshold of understanding. In the afternoon, Thomas made himself climb down to the dock. The path was treacherous, slippery with moisture, but he went slowly, carefully, keeping one hand on the cliff face for balance. The dock appeared out of the fog, and Thomas examined it carefully. The boats were still there, tied securely. The dock itself showed no signs of disturbance, but the water around it seemed darker than usual, murkier, as if something were suspended in it. Thomas knelt at the edge of the dock and looked into the water. He could see perhaps a foot down, no more. Below that was darkness, impenetrable and complete. The creaking sound was louder here, much louder, and now Thomas could hear other sounds with it. A kind of groaning, perhaps, and a rushing like water through a narrow space. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, filling the air around him. "Hello," he called again, his voice smaller now, less certain. Something moved in the water below the dock. Thomas saw it, a darkness shifting within the darkness, something large and slow. He pulled back from the edge quickly, his heart hammering. What was that? A seal, perhaps? Or a large fish? There were many things in the sea, most of them harmless, nothing to be afraid of. But Thomas was afraid. He could feel it now, the fear that had been building over the past days, coming into focus. Something was wrong. Something about this fog, about the sounds, about the way time seemed to have become unstable and uncertain. He climbed back up to the lighthouse quickly, not caring now about care or caution, just wanting to be back in the relative safety of the familiar buildings. His breath came in gasps by the time he reached the top, and his hands were shaking. Inside the cottage, Thomas locked the door, though he had never locked it before. He checked the windows, making sure they were secure, then stood in the middle of the kitchen, trying to calm his breathing, trying to think clearly. He was being foolish. There was nothing to fear. The fog was just fog. The sounds were just the normal sounds of the sea, perhaps amplified or distorted by the weather conditions. The shape he had seen was a ship, or debris, or a trick of the light and mist. The movement in the water was a seal or a large fish, nothing more. Thomas repeated these thoughts to himself, but they brought little comfort. Something felt fundamentally wrong, and no amount of rational explanation could quite dispel that feeling. He made tea, holding the warm cup in both hands, feeling the heat seep into his fingers. He sat at the table and tried to think about what to do. Should he try to signal the mainland? But the radio was old and unreliable, rarely used, and he was not even certain it still worked. Should he wait for the supply boat? But that was more than a week away still, perhaps longer. Or should he simply continue with his routine, maintain the lighthouse, and trust that the fog would eventually lift and everything would return to normal? The afternoon faded into evening. Thomas prepared dinner mechanically, eating without tasting, his attention divided between his plate and the windows, watching for any sign of movement in the fog. When it was time to activate the lamp, he climbed the tower slowly, reluctantly. The lamp room felt even stranger now, as if it had grown larger in the hours since morning, the walls more distant, the ceiling higher. Thomas activated the lamp quickly and descended without lingering, without watching the beam begin its rotation as he usually did. The evening stretched ahead, long and uncomfortable. Thomas sat by the stove but could not read, could not focus on anything except the sounds around him. The foghorn continued its regular cycle, but now it seemed to him that there was something else between the blasts, a kind of answering sound, as if something out in the fog were calling back. He went to bed early, exhausted by fear and confusion, but sleep would not come. He lay in the darkness, listening to the lighthouse settling, to the fog pressing against the windows, to the creaking that seemed now to come from inside the building itself, moving through the walls, climbing the stairs, approaching his door. Thomas closed his eyes and tried to breathe slowly, tried to convince himself that he was safe, that everything was normal, that morning would come, and with it clarity and calm. But the fear remained, a tight knot in his chest, and when he finally did sleep, it was a light, troubled sleep, full of half-formed dreams and sudden startlings awake. The fog remained through the night, and the lighthouse turned, and somewhere in the gray and the darkness, something moved slowly, patiently, through the water and the mist, circling, waiting, existing in that space between the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown. Chapter 5, where time folded into itself. Morning came, though Thomas could not have said with certainty that it was morning. The light through the window was the same gray it had been for days, neither bright nor dark, simply gray, timeless and directionless. He had slept poorly, waking repeatedly through the night, and when he finally rose from bed, his body felt heavy and slow, as if he had not rested at all. He went through the morning routine because it was all he knew to do. The kettle, the tea, the porridge. But his movements were slower now, more deliberate, as if he had to think about each action before performing it. Pour the water, light the stove, wait for the kettle to boil. Each step required conscious thought. When he stepped outside for the perimeter check, the fog was so thick that he could barely see to the fence. The world had contracted to the smallest possible space, just the cottage and the tower and the few yards of ground immediately surrounding them. Everything else had ceased to exist, or had never existed, or would exist again at some future point that could not be predicted or imagined. Thomas walked the perimeter slowly, his hand trailing along the fence. The marks he had seen yesterday were gone now, washed away by the moisture or covered by new accumulation of fog damp. Or perhaps they had never been there at all. Perhaps he had imagined them. He climbed the tower, counting the steps as he always did, though today he lost count somewhere around 70 and had to start over. 147. Always 147. In the lamp room, he extinguished the lamp and began the morning inspection. But as he worked, he became aware of something that made him stop, his hands frozen in the act of cleaning a lens prism. The fog outside the windows was not empty. There were shapes in it, darker areas that seemed to move slowly through the gray, circling the lighthouse, never quite close enough to see clearly, never quite far enough away to dismiss. Thomas moved to the windows, pressing close to the glass, trying to make out details. But the shapes remained indistinct, suggestions rather than certainties, present and then absent and then present again. He watched for a long time, until his eyes began to hurt from the strain of trying to focus on something that refused to be focused on. Finally, he turned away and completed his inspection, though his hands shook slightly as he worked. The logbook sat on its shelf, waiting for his entry. Thomas picked up the pen, then paused. What should he write? That he had seen shapes in the fog? That he was afraid? That time itself seemed to be behaving strangely, stretching and compressing in ways that made no sense. He wrote, September 18th. Fog continues. Visibility near zero. All equipment functioning. No vessels sighted. The entry was brief, inadequate, but Thomas could not bring himself to write more. He closed the logbook and descended the stairs. The day passed in a kind of suspension. Thomas moved through his tasks, or tried to, but kept losing track of what he was doing. He would find himself standing in the shed, holding a tool, with no memory of why he had come there or what he had intended to do. He would start to prepare lunch and then realize that he had already eaten or had not yet had breakfast, or that lunch had somehow become dinner without his noticing. The clock on the mantel said 11:30, then 3:15, then 9 o'clock. Each time he looked at it showing a different time, and Thomas could not remember winding it, or not winding it, or what time it had shown the last time he had checked. In the afternoon, or what he thought was afternoon, Thomas walked down to the dock again. The path seemed longer than usual, the descent taking more time than it should have. When he reached the bottom, he stood on the dock and looked at the water. It was still, perfectly, impossibly still. No waves, no ripples, no movement at all. The water looked like dark glass, or like oil, thick and viscous. Thomas knelt and reached out to touch it, and when his fingers broke the surface, the water felt wrong. Too warm, perhaps, or too cold, or neither warm nor cold, but some other temperature that had no name. He pulled his hand back quickly and wiped it on his trousers. The creaking sound was all around him now, so loud that it seemed to vibrate through the dock, through his bones. And with it came other sounds. Whispers, perhaps, or the sound of breathing, or of something large and slow moving through deep water. Thomas stood and turned to climb back up to the lighthouse, but stopped. There, at the top of the path, visible through the fog, was a figure. It stood motionless, a dark shape against the gray, watching him. "Hello," Thomas called, his voice hoarse. "Who's there?" The figure did not respond. It simply stood, watching, its form indistinct but definitely human-shaped. Or mostly human-shaped. Something about it seemed slightly wrong. The proportions not quite right. The way it stood too still, too patient. Thomas began to climb toward it, his heart pounding. He needed to know who it was, what they wanted, why they were here. But as he climbed, the figure faded, dissolving back into the fog, until by the time he reached the top of the path, there was nothing there at all. He stood at the top, breathing hard, looking around. The compound was empty. Just the cottage and the tower and the fence and the fog. Nothing else. No one else. Thomas walked to where the figure had been standing, looking for footprints, for any sign that someone had been there, but found nothing. The ground was undisturbed, the fog-damp uniform and unmarked. He returned to the cottage, moving quickly now, almost running, and locked himself inside. His hands were shaking badly, and he had to try twice to fit the key into the lock. Inside, he leaned against the door, trying to catch his breath, trying to think. Someone was here, or something was here, or he was losing his mind, alone in the fog, isolated for too long, his thoughts turning inward and strange. Perhaps none of this was real. Perhaps the fog itself was not real, and he had been dreaming for days, trapped in some nightmare from which he could not wake. Thomas forced himself to move away from the door, to make tea, to go through the familiar motions that might anchor him to reality. He filled the kettle, lit the stove, waited for the water to boil. Each action was deliberate, conscious, a small proof that he was still present, still functioning, still here. While the kettle heated, he went to the small desk in the corner of the kitchen where he kept papers and supplies. He found the calendar and studied it carefully. Today was September 18th. He was certain of that. The supply boat was due on September 24th, which meant it would arrive in 6 days. 6 days. He just had to maintain for 6 more days, and then there would be other people, normal conversation, supplies and mail and news from the mainland. 6 days was not so long. But even as he thought this, Thomas looked at the calendar again and felt uncertain. Was today the 18th? Or had he marked the days wrong? The penciled marks he had made seemed to swim before his eyes, and he could not remember making some of them, could not be certain that his count was accurate. He left the calendar and returned to the stove, where the kettle was screaming, though he could not remember hearing it start to whistle. He made tea and sat at the table, holding the cup, letting the warmth spread through his hands. The afternoon continued, though time had become unreliable, untrustworthy. Thomas tried to read, but the words made no sense. He tried to work, but could not remember what needed to be done. He tried to rest, but could not relax, his body tense, his mind racing with thoughts that led nowhere and resolved nothing. Eventually, it was time to activate the lamp. Thomas climbed the tower, though the climb seemed to take forever, the stairs stretching endlessly upward, his legs growing weaker with each step. In the lamp room, he activated the lamp and watched as the beam began to sweep through the fog. And then he saw them, the shapes outside the windows, much closer now, much clearer. Not ships, not debris, not tricks of the light. They were figures, dozens of them, standing in the fog, surrounding the lighthouse, watching. Thomas pressed his face to the glass, trying to see details, but the fog still obscured everything. He could make out general forms, heads, shoulders, bodies, but no features, no specifics. They simply stood there, motionless, as if they had been waiting for a very long time and were prepared to wait longer still. He stepped back from the windows, his breath coming fast and shallow. He should go down to the cottage. He should lock himself in. He should do something, anything. But he found he could not move, could not look away from the figures in the fog. One of them was closer than the others, standing directly in front of one of the windows. It raised something, an arm, perhaps, or something like an arm, and placed it against the glass. The gesture was slow, deliberate, almost gentle. Thomas watched as fog began to form on the inside of the window, spreading from the point where the figure touched the glass, spreading in patterns that looked almost like writing, almost like words, but in no language Thomas knew or could understand. He forced himself to move then, to turn away, to flee down the stairs. He descended recklessly, not counting, not caring, just needing to get down, to get away from the lamp room and the figures and the patterns on the glass. In the cottage, he locked the door and pulled the curtains across all the windows, blocking out the gray light, the fog, the possibility of seeing anything outside. He lit the oil lamps inside, filling the space with warm yellow light, trying to create a small island of normalcy in the midst of all the strangeness. Thomas sat at the table and forced himself to think rationally. He was alone. He had been alone for a long time. The isolation, combined with the unusual weather, was causing him to see things that were not there, to hear things that had no source. This was not uncommon. He had read about it, about how solitude could affect the mind, how people in isolation could experience hallucinations, could lose track of time, could begin to doubt their own perceptions. None of it was real. The figures were not real. The sounds were not real, or if they were real, they had natural explanations. He simply needed to maintain, to continue with his routine, to wait for the supply boat. 6 days, or 5, or 7, however many days it was. He made dinner, though he had no appetite. He ate mechanically, forcing the food down, knowing he needed to maintain his strength. After dinner, he sat by the stove and tried to read, but his eyes kept drifting to the curtained windows, wondering what was beyond them, wondering if the figures were still there, if they were closer now, if they were waiting for something. The night stretched on, endless and dark despite the oil lamps. The foghorn continued its cycle, but between the blasts, Thomas could hear other sounds. Footsteps on the ground outside, something scraping against the walls of the cottage, the sound of breathing, slow and rhythmic, coming from somewhere very close. He told himself it was the wind, just the wind, moving around the buildings, creating sounds that seemed like something else. Wind could sound like many things. Everyone knew that, but Thomas did not believe it. He sat in his chair by the stove, tense and afraid, listening to the sounds, waiting for something to happen, though he did not know what that something might be. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and his eyes began to close despite his efforts to stay awake. He dozed fitfully in the chair, starting awake at intervals, checking the windows, the door, the lamp-lit room that seemed both familiar and strange. And outside, the fog continued, and the lighthouse turned, and the figures stood in the gray, patient and still, as if they had all the time in the world, as if time itself meant nothing to them, as if they existed in some space adjacent to time, watching, waiting, present in ways that were neither here nor there, but somewhere in between. The night passed slowly, incrementally, second by second and minute by minute. Though whether those seconds and minutes were real or merely Thomas's perception of them, even he could not have said with certainty anymore. Chapter 6. The Thinning of Boundaries. When Thomas woke, he was still in the chair by the stove, his neck stiff and aching, his body cold despite the residual warmth in the room. The oil lamps had burned down to nothing, and the gray morning light filtered through the edges of the curtains. He had no idea what time it was, or even what day, though the calendar on the wall insisted it was September 19th, assuming he could trust his memory of having marked yesterday as the 18th. He rose slowly, his joints protesting, and went through the morning routine, though now it felt more like an act of defiance than comfort. The kettle, the tea, the porridge. Each action a small assertion that he was still here, still functioning, still the keeper of the lighthouse. But as he moved through these familiar tasks, Thomas noticed something troubling. His movements felt disconnected somehow, as if there were a slight delay between his intention to do something and his body's response. He would reach for the kettle, and his hand would arrive at it a fraction of a second late, or early, the timing subtly wrong. After breakfast, he forced himself to open the curtains and look outside. The fog was still there, dense as ever, but something about it had changed. It seemed to have structure now, architecture, as if it were not random but deliberately arranged. Walls and corridors of fog, spaces and passages, all of it shifting slowly, reorganizing itself according to rules Thomas could not comprehend. And in the fog, he could see them clearly now. The figures, they were everywhere, standing at various distances from the cottage and tower, some close, some farther away, all of them facing the lighthouse. They had forms, but the forms were not quite right, slightly too tall or too short, slightly too thin or too substantial, as if they were approximations of human shape rather than the thing itself. Thomas stared at them, and they stared back, or seemed to, though he could see no eyes, no faces, just the suggestion of where eyes and faces should be. He should have been terrified. Part of him was terrified, but another part, perhaps the part that was growing tired of fear, simply watched them with a kind of numb curiosity. They had not done anything. They simply stood and watched. Perhaps that was all they would ever do. Thomas turned away from the window and climbed the tower for the morning inspection. The figures were visible from the lamp room too, ringing the lighthouse at various distances, their forms clear against the gray fog. He counted them as he worked. 37 or 38. The count seemed to change each time he tried to fix it, as if they were appearing and disappearing, or as if his perception of them was unstable. The lamp had functioned through the night, as it always did. The clockwork mechanism continued its rotation. Everything was working as it should, even though nothing else was. The thought struck Thomas as funny, in a distant, disconnected way, and he found himself laughing quietly as he cleaned the lens prisms, a small, hollow sound that did not carry far in the close space of the lamp room. He wrote in the logbook, and his handwriting looked strange to him, as if someone else were writing. September 19th. Fog continues. Visibility limited. Figures observed in fog. Number uncertain. All equipment functioning normally. No vessels sighted. There. He had written it down. The figures existed in the official record now, documented and real, or as real as anything else in the logbook. Tomorrow, or whenever someone finally read this record, they would know that Thomas had seen them, that something had been here. The morning passed in work, or the semblance of work. Thomas found himself doing the same tasks repeatedly, unable to remember whether he had already done them or was doing them for the first time. He oiled the foghorn compressor twice, or perhaps 3 times, each time approaching it as if it were the first. He swept the kitchen floor, then swept it again an hour later, then found himself standing with the broom in his hand, looking at the clean floor, uncertain whether he had just finished or was about to begin. Time had become unreliable, elastic. Minutes stretched into hours or compressed into seconds. Thomas would look at the clock and see that 10 minutes had passed, but it felt like 10 hours or 10 seconds or no time at all. In what he thought was early afternoon, Thomas decided to walk the perimeter of the compound. He needed to move, to do something physical that might ground him in the present moment. He stepped outside, and the fog enveloped him immediately, cool and damp against his skin. The figures watched as he walked. He could feel their attention, heavy and patient. When he drew close to one, he stopped and looked at it directly. It was perhaps 30 feet away, tall and thin, standing perfectly still. Thomas raised his hand in a tentative wave, a gesture that felt absurd even as he made it. The figure did not respond. It simply stood, watching, its form slightly wavering, as if it were not entirely solid or not entirely there. "What do you want?" Thomas called out, his voice sounding flat in the fog. No response, just the watching, the patient, endless watching. Thomas continued his walk, completing the circuit of the fence, and when he returned to the cottage, he realized he could not remember most of the walk, could not recall which parts of the fence he had checked or what he had seen. The experience had already faded, leaving only the vaguest impression. He made lunch mechanically, ate without tasting, cleaned without thinking. The afternoon drifted past like the fog itself, shapeless and gray. At some point, Thomas found himself standing at the window, looking out, though he could not remember walking to the window or deciding to look outside. One of the figures was very close now, perhaps 10 feet from the cottage wall. It stood at the edge of the visible space, right where the fog became too thick to see through. Thomas watched it, and it watched back, and the time passed between them, measured in heartbeats and breaths and the slow circulation of blood. Then the figure moved, not toward the cottage, but simply a shift of position, a slight turning of its form. The movement was smooth and slow, like something moving underwater, and with it came a sound. Not the creaking that Thomas had heard before, but something else. A sound like wind through trees, or water over stones, or voices speaking in the distance, too far away to make out words. Thomas pressed his hand against the window glass, and the glass was cold beneath his palm. The figure seemed to notice this gesture, seemed to lean slightly forward, as if in recognition or acknowledgement. And then, quite suddenly, Thomas understood something. The figures were not threatening. They were not trying to harm him or frighten him. They were simply here, existing in the same space, or in a space adjacent to his space, and they were curious about him just as he was about them. They were watching because watching was what they did, because they were drawn to the lighthouse, to its light, to its presence in the fog. This understanding brought a strange kind of calm. Thomas lowered his hand from the window and stepped back. The fear that had been his constant companion for days began to ease, not disappearing entirely, but becoming manageable, something he could live with. He went about the rest of the afternoon's tasks with more steadiness, more purpose. The work needed doing, whether the figures watched or not. The lighthouse needed maintaining, whether reality was stable or uncertain. This was his responsibility, his purpose, and he would continue to fulfill it. Evening came, or what passed for evening in the timeless gray. Thomas climbed the tower to activate the lamp, and as he did so, he noticed that the figures had moved closer. They now formed a tighter circle around the lighthouse, perhaps only 20 or 30 feet away, standing shoulder to shoulder, creating an almost solid ring of presence. Thomas activated the lamp, and as the beam began to sweep, something remarkable happened. Where the light touched the figures, they became more distinct, more present, their forms solidifying slightly, becoming almost clear. He could see that they were wearing something like clothing, or had coverings that resembled clothing. He could see the suggestion of features on their faces, though nothing distinct enough to recognize. And he could see that they were not all the same. Some were taller, some shorter. Some seemed older, some younger. They were individuals, not just copies of the same form. The beam continued its rotation, touching each figure in turn, illuminating them briefly before moving on. And as it did, Thomas heard something new. Not the creaking or the whispering or any of the other sounds that had troubled him. This was different. This was a sound like singing, or like many voices joined together in some kind of harmony, though the melody was unlike anything Thomas had ever heard, strange and beautiful and sad. He stood in the lamp room, listening, watching the beam illuminate the figures one by one. And for the first time in days, perhaps for the first time in years, Thomas felt something that might have been peace. Not happiness exactly, and certainly not understanding, but a kind of acceptance, a recognition that there were things in the world beyond his comprehension, beyond explanation, and that this was acceptable, perhaps even beautiful in its own way. The night settled in, though whether it was truly night or simply a deepening of the endless gray, Thomas could not say. He descended to the cottage and made dinner, eating slowly, taking his time. He no longer felt the need to rush, no longer felt the pressure of fear pushing him through each moment. After dinner, he sat by the stove with a book, reading slowly, actually comprehending the words this time. The story was familiar, something he had read before, about a man on a journey through strange lands, encountering things that could not be explained. It seemed appropriate somehow. The hours passed, and Thomas read, and outside the figures stood in their ring around the lighthouse, and the beam turned overhead, and the fog continued its patient presence, and everything existed together in that moment, suspended between one thing and another, neither fully here nor fully somewhere else. When Thomas finally went to bed, he did not lock the door. There seemed no point. Whatever was happening, a locked door would not change it. He climbed the stairs to his bedroom, changed into his nightclothes, and lay down in the narrow bed. Through the window, he could see the glow of the lighthouse beam, sweeping regularly through the fog. He could hear the foghorn, marking its steady intervals. And beneath it all, faint but present, he could still hear that strange singing. Those many voices joined in harmony, a lullaby of sorts, sung by the figures in the fog to the keeper who watched over them. Thomas closed his eyes and let the sounds wash over him, and sleep came more easily than it had in days, deep and dreamless, a respite from all the strangeness and uncertainty, a brief return to something simple and necessary. And the lighthouse turned through the night, and the figures sang their wordless song, and the fog held everything gently, softly, like a hand cupping water, and time moved forward or backward or not at all, and it hardly mattered anymore which direction it went. Chapter 7, Where Everything Remained. Morning arrived, though Thomas woke with no sense of surprise or urgency. He simply opened his eyes to the gray light filtering through the window and lay there for a while, listening to the familiar sounds of the lighthouse, the wind, the waves, the distant foghorn continuing its patient cycle. When he rose and looked out the window, the figures were still there, perhaps even more of them now, arranged in their circle around the lighthouse. They had not left during the night. Perhaps they would never leave. Thomas found this thought neither comforting nor disturbing, simply a fact to be noted and accepted. He went through the morning routine, each action flowing into the next without thought or effort. The kettle, the tea, the porridge, everything exactly as it had always been, and yet somehow different, imbued with a quality of attention or presence that transformed the ordinary into something almost ceremonial. After breakfast, Thomas stepped outside. The fog was still thick, but he could navigate it easily now, his feet finding the familiar paths without hesitation. He walked to the fence and stood there, looking at the nearest figures. They were perhaps 15 feet away, close enough that he could see them clearly, or as clearly as anything could be seen in the fog. One of them was directly in front of him, and Thomas had the strange impression that it was the same figure he had seen before, the one that had stood at the window, the one that had moved. He could not have said how he knew this, but he felt certain it was true. "Good morning," Thomas said, his voice quiet but clear. The figure did not respond, but it seemed to shift slightly, a small adjustment of its stance, as if acknowledging the greeting. Thomas continued his morning walk, completing the perimeter check with the figures watching. They had become part of the landscape now, as much a feature of the lighthouse compound as the fence or the storage shed. He noted their positions, the way they were arranged, and found a kind of pattern to it, though he could not articulate what the pattern was or what it might mean. He climbed the tower for the morning inspection, and from the lamp room, he could see that the figures extended farther than he had realized, dozens and dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, standing in concentric circles around the lighthouse, fading into the fog at the edges of visibility. Thomas completed his inspection and wrote in the logbook, September 20th. Fog continues. Figures remain, number increasing. Weather unchanged. All equipment functioning normally. Supply boat due in 4 days. For days, the supply boat would come, and there would be other people, and Thomas would have to explain what had been happening here. Would have to find words for experiences that seemed to exist beyond language. Or perhaps he would say nothing. Perhaps he would simply accept the supplies, sign the necessary forms, and watch the boat leave again, returning him to his solitude and his gray companions. The morning passed in work. Thomas repaired a section of the fence that had been loose, replacing rotted boards with new ones from the storage shed. As he worked, several of the figures drew closer, watching the process with what seemed like interest or curiosity. Thomas found himself explaining what he was doing, describing the work aloud, though he received no response. "The salt air rots everything eventually," he said, hammering a nail into place. "Have to stay on top of the maintenance, or everything falls apart. That's the job, really. Not just keeping the light burning, but keeping everything else working too. The whole structure, all of it needs attention." The figures watched, and Thomas worked, and the time passed in a way that felt both quick and slow, compressed and expanded, until he looked up and realized the morning had become afternoon, or what passed for afternoon in the endless gray. He made lunch and ate it standing by the window, watching the figures. They had changed position slightly, though he had not seen them move. They were arranged differently now, creating new patterns, new configurations, as if they were engaged in some slow dance or ritual that took place over hours or days rather than moments. After lunch, Thomas decided to go down to the dock one more time. The path was familiar now, easy to navigate even in the fog, and when he reached the bottom, he found that the figures had followed, or not followed exactly, but were present there too, standing on the rocks around the dock, arranged at the edges of the water. The water itself was still strange, darker than it should be, thicker than normal water, but Thomas no longer found this particularly troubling. Everything was strange now. Strangeness had become the normal state of things. He sat on the dock, his legs dangling over the edge, and looked at the water. After a moment, he spoke, addressing the figures or the fog, or perhaps himself. "I've been here 17 years, he said, "or maybe longer. Time has a way of getting away from you in a place like this. Days blend together. Years too. I remember arriving, remember thinking I'd stay for a while, see how it went. And then I just stayed. There was always a reason to stay. The work needed doing. Someone had to keep the light burning. And after a while, I couldn't really imagine being anywhere else." The figures listened, or seemed to listen, their forms still and attentive. "I thought about leaving sometimes," Thomas continued, "especially in the early years. Thought about going back to the mainland, getting a different job, living a normal life. But I never did. Maybe I was too comfortable here. Maybe I was hiding from something. Or maybe I just liked it. The solitude, the routine, the simplicity of it all. A small wave lapped against the dock pilings, the sound gentle and rhythmic. And now here you are," Thomas said, gesturing at the figures. "Whatever you are, whoever you are, you've been coming for days, gathering here, watching. I was afraid at first. Thought you were going to hurt me, or that I was losing my mind. But I don't think that anymore. I think you're just here, existing in the same space I'm existing in. Maybe you've always been here, and I just couldn't see you before. Maybe the fog made you visible somehow. Or maybe you came because of the light. Maybe you've been drawn to it all along, and I just never noticed." Thomas fell silent, watching the water, watching the figures. After a while, he stood and climbed back up to the lighthouse, and the figures remained on the rocks below, patient and still. The afternoon continued its slow progression toward evening. Thomas worked on various small tasks, none of them urgent, all of them necessary. He cleaned the windows in the lamp room. He organized his supplies in the storage shed. He washed his dishes and swept the floors. The work was meditative, requiring just enough attention to occupy his mind, but not so much that he couldn't think while doing it. As evening approached, Thomas prepared dinner more carefully than usual. He cooked the last of the potatoes with onions and butter, added some of the tinned meat, made it into something that resembled a proper meal. He set the table with care, putting out a plate and silverware and a cup for tea, arranging everything neatly. Then, on impulse, he set out a second place setting. He did not know why he did this, could not have explained the reasoning behind it, but it felt right somehow, felt appropriate to the moment. He ate his dinner slowly, occasionally glancing at the empty place across from him. The seat remained empty, but the gesture of having set the place made Thomas feel less alone, or differently alone, as if he were acknowledging the presence of something beyond himself, beyond the visible. After dinner, he washed both sets of dishes, dried them carefully, and put them away. Then he climbed the tower to activate the lamp for the night. The lamp room was cold, the glass windows beaded with moisture from the fog. Thomas went through the activation sequence, his hands moving with practiced efficiency, and the great lamp came to life, beginning its steady rotation. As the beam swept across the fog, the figures became briefly visible, more of them than ever now, hundreds certainly, possibly thousands, extending in all directions, a vast assembly gathered around the lighthouse. Their forms were clearer in the lamplight, more defined, and Thomas could see now that they were not frightening at all. They were simply there, bearing witness, participating in some way that he could not fully understand in this moment of light and fog and endless gray. Thomas stood at the windows and watched the beam turn, watched it illuminate the figures one by one, and felt a strange sense of completion, as if something that had been incomplete for a very long time was finally, if temporarily, whole. He descended to the cottage as full darkness settled in, though in the fog, full darkness was only slightly darker than the gray that had preceded it. He lit the oil lamps, made tea, and sat by the stove with his book. Chapter 8. The Boat That Would Come. Thomas woke to a sound that was different from all the other sounds. It took him a moment to identify it, his mind still foggy with sleep, but then he recognized it. A boat engine, distant but distinct, cutting through the usual symphony of wind and waves and foghorn. He sat up in bed, suddenly alert. The supply boat. It must be the supply boat, arriving early or on time or late. He had lost track of the days, could not be certain anymore what day it was supposed to arrive. But it was here now, approaching through the fog, and with it would come other people, the first other people Thomas had seen in weeks or months, or however long it had been. He dressed quickly, pulling on his clothes without his usual care, and hurried down the stairs. Through the kitchen window, He could see nothing but fog, but he could still hear the engine, growing gradually louder, closer. Thomas grabbed his coat and stepped outside. The figures were still there, of course, arranged in their circles around the lighthouse. But something about them had changed. They seemed more still than usual, more attentive, as if they too were aware of the approaching boat, as if they too were waiting to see what would happen. He walked to the edge of the cliff where the path led down to the dock and stood there listening. The engine's sound grew louder, and then he could hear voices, two men calling to each other as they navigated the approach. The supply boat came once a month, always with the same two-man crew, bringing food and fuel and mail and anything else the lighthouse needed. Thomas descended the path carefully, his heart beating faster than usual. He realized, suddenly, that he was nervous. He had not spoken to another person in so long that he was not sure he remembered how to do it properly, not sure what he would say or how he would explain the things that had been happening here. The boat emerged from the fog gradually, its form solidifying from gray into something concrete and real. It was a working vessel, old and sturdy, painted blue and white, its deck cluttered with crates and barrels and equipment. Two men stood at the railing, both dressed in heavy weather gear, both looking toward the dock. One of them was Captain Morrison, who had been bringing supplies to the lighthouse for as long as Thomas had been here. The other was his son, also named Morrison, though Thomas could never remember his first name. They both raised their hands in greeting as the boat drew closer. "Thomas," the captain called out, his voice carrying across the water. "You still alive out here?" It was his standard greeting, the same joke he made every month, and Thomas found himself smiling, remembering how to perform this small social ritual. "Still here," he called back. "Still alive." The boat maneuvered carefully to the dock, and the younger Morrison jumped across with a rope, tying it to the cleats. The captain cut the engine, and suddenly the only sounds were the familiar ones: wind, waves, the distant foghorn. "Hell of a fog," the captain said, stepping onto the dock. "Been like this the whole way. Nearly didn't find you. Had to use the horn more than the compass." "It's been here for days," Thomas said. "Maybe a week. Maybe longer. Hard to keep track." The captain gave him a curious look. "You all right, Thomas? You look a bit rough." Thomas realized he had no idea what he looked like, had not looked in a mirror in days. His hand went to his face, feeling several days' worth of beard, skin that felt dry and weathered. "I'm fine," he said. "Just the fog. It gets to you after a while." The two men began unloading supplies, passing crates and boxes from the boat to the dock. Thomas helped, falling into the familiar rhythm of the work. Flour, sugar, tinned goods, lamp oil, coal for the stove. Everything carefully packed and labeled, everything the same as it always was. As they worked, Thomas became aware that the figures were closer now, standing on the rocks around the dock, watching the process. He glanced at them occasionally, but neither of the Morrison men seemed to notice them at all. They worked and talked, discussing weather and news from the mainland, paying no attention to the gray forms that surrounded them. "You been having any trouble?" the captain asked as they carried a heavy crate up the path. "Equipment working all right." "Everything's fine," Thomas said. "Lamps working. Foghorn's working. No problems." Good. Heard there was some kind of storm coming through last week. Worried it might have hit you. But I guess the fog kept things calm. Thomas nodded, though he could not remember any storm. The days had blurred together too much to recall individual weather events. They reached the top of the path and carried the supplies to the storage shed. The younger Morrison paused, looking around at the compound, at the fog, at the lighthouse rising into the gray. "Lonely place," he said. "I don't know how you do it, living out here all by yourself." "You get used to it," Thomas said. "After a while, you don't even notice." They made several more trips, bringing up all the supplies. The captain handed Thomas a bundle of mail, a few official letters, a catalog, a newspaper from a week ago. Then he produced a clipboard with forms that needed signing. "Just the usual," he said. "Confirming delivery, reporting any problems. You need to put in any special requests for next month." Thomas thought about it. What did he need? What had he forgotten to ask for? His mind felt slow, reluctant to engage with these practical questions. "More lamp oil," he said finally. "And maybe some fresh vegetables if you can manage it. The preserved ones are fine, but something fresh would be nice." The captain made notes on his form. "I'll see what I can do, weather willing." They stood there for a moment in the fog, the three of them, and Thomas felt the weight of the silence between them. There was something he should say, something he should tell them, but he could not find the words for it. "You sure you're all right out here?" the captain asked again, his voice gentler this time. "It's a hard life, Thomas. No shame in saying you need a break. Need to come back to the mainland for a while." "I'm fine," Thomas said. "Really, just need to get through this fog, and then everything will be back to normal." The captain nodded slowly, not looking entirely convinced. "All right, but if you need anything, you've got the radio. Don't hesitate to call, even if it's just to talk to someone." "I won't hesitate," Thomas said, though they both knew he would never use the radio unless it was an absolute emergency. The three of them walked back down to the dock. The Morrison men prepared to cast off, starting the engine, coiling ropes. Thomas stood on the dock, watching them, and felt a sudden sharp loneliness, a realization of how isolated he truly was, how separate from the normal world of other people. "See you next month," the captain called as the boat began to pull away. "Stay safe out here." "You too," Thomas called back. "Safe travels." The boat moved away from the dock, slowly at first, then faster as it turned and headed back the way it had come. Thomas watched it go, watched it become less distinct as it moved into the fog, watched it fade from gray to nothing until he could only hear the engine, and then even that faded, and he was alone again. Except he was not alone. The figures were still there, standing on the rocks, watching, and as Thomas climbed back up to the lighthouse, he could see them all around the compound again, in their circles and patterns, patient and still. He spent the rest of the morning organizing the supplies, putting everything away in its proper place. The work was mechanical, requiring little thought, and his mind wandered as he worked. He thought about the captain's question about whether he was all right. Was he? He felt all right. Different than before, certainly, but not necessarily worse. Just changed, adjusted to new circumstances. By afternoon, Thomas had everything stored and organized. He made lunch from the fresh supplies, enjoying the novelty of it, the slight variations in taste and texture from the usual preserved foods. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, grateful for this small luxury. After lunch, he climbed the tower for the afternoon inspection. Everything was functioning normally. The lamp ready to be lit at dusk, the clockwork mechanism wound and steady. Thomas stood in the lamp room, looking out at the fog and the figures, and felt a strange contentment settle over him. This was his life now. This was what he had chosen, or what had chosen him. The lighthouse, the fog, the figures, the endless gray. It was not what he had expected when he had first come here, not what he had imagined his life would become, but it was his life nonetheless, and there was a kind of beauty in it, a kind of meaning that he could not quite articulate, but could feel deeply. He wrote in the logbook, September 21st, approximately. Fog continues. Supply boat arrived and departed successfully. All equipment functioning normally. Supplies received and stored. Figures remain. Weather unchanged. The entry was matter of fact, but it captured the essence of the day. The boat had come and gone. Life continued. The lighthouse kept its watch. Evening approached in its gradual way. Thomas prepared dinner, activated the lamp, and settled into the familiar rhythm of the night. He sat by the stove with his book, reading slowly, occasionally glancing out the window at the fog and the dim shapes of the figures visible in the darkness. The night was quiet, peaceful even. The foghorn sounded its intervals. The lamp turned overhead. The figures stood in their eternal vigil. And Thomas sat by his fire, warm and comfortable, surrounded by strangeness that had become familiar, existing in a space that was neither entirely his world nor entirely theirs, but somewhere in between. Time passed, as it always did, slow and steady and ultimately indifferent to measurement. And Thomas allowed it to pass, made no effort to hold on to it or speed it along. Simply let it flow around him like water, like fog, like light from a turning lamp, inevitable and endless and strangely, unexpectedly comforting. Eventually, he climbed the stairs to bed, and sleep came easily, and the night continued around him, holding everything in its gray embrace. The lighthouse and the keeper and the figures and the fog, all of it together, all of it part of the same strange and beautiful pattern that had no name and needed none. Chapter 9. And the days continued. The days that followed the supply boat's visit blended together in ways that felt both natural and impossible. Thomas marked them on the calendar when he remembered to, but often he forgot, or could not decide what day it was, or simply did not care enough to make the effort. The calendar became less a record of time passing and more a suggestion of it, a possibility that time was still moving in its usual linear fashion, though Thomas was no longer certain this was true. The fog remained. It had become so constant, so much a part of the environment, that Thomas could barely remember what it had been like before it arrived. Had there been clear days? Had he been able to see the horizon, the mainland in the distance? The memories were there, but faint, like remembering a dream or a story someone had told him long ago. The figures remained too. They had settled into their positions around the lighthouse, and while they occasionally shifted or rearranged themselves, they never left. Thomas had stopped finding this strange. They were simply part of the landscape now, like the rocks and the water and the lighthouse itself. His routine continued. The though it had evolved in small ways. He still rose each morning, made his tea and porridge, climbed the tower, maintained the equipment, performed all the necessary tasks. But now he also spoke to the figures, greeting them as he passed, commenting on the weather or the work he was doing, maintaining a one-sided conversation that somehow felt less lonely than silence. "Good morning," he would say to the figure that always stood near the cottage door. "Fog's thick again today, but when isn't it, right?" The figure never responded, but Thomas had come to recognize small shifts in its stance, subtle changes in its position that seemed like acknowledgement. One morning, Thomas decided to count the steps in the tower again. He did this sometimes, reassuring himself that the number remained constant, that this one thing at least was reliable and unchanging. He began at the bottom, his hand on the railing, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4. The steps rose in their familiar spiral, and Thomas climbed steadily, counting each one. 45, 46, 47. His voice echoed slightly in the enclosed space of the tower, bouncing off the stone walls. 98, 99, 100. He was nearing the top now, his breathing heavier, his legs feeling the familiar burn of the climb. 145, 146, 147. He reached the lamp room and paused, satisfied. 147. The same as always. Some things, at least, did not change. The inspection took its usual amount of time. Thomas cleaned each lens prism carefully, checked all the connections, wound the clockwork mechanism, made his notes in the logbook. His handwriting was still neat, still legible, though sometimes when he read back over previous entries, he did not remember writing them. The logbook had become a strange document, a record of days that might have happened or might not have, observations that could have been accurate or could have been hallucinations or dreams. But Thomas kept writing in it anyway, because that was what a keeper did, because the act of recording created a kind of structure, a framework onto which experience could be hung, even if that framework was itself uncertain. He was nearing the top now, his breathing heavier, his legs feeling the familiar burn of the climb. 145, 146, 147. He reached the lamp room and paused, satisfied. 147. The same as always. Some things, at least, did not change. The inspection took its usual amount of time. Thomas cleaned each lens prism carefully, checked all the connections, wound the clockwork mechanism, made his notes in the logbook. His handwriting was still neat, still legible, though sometimes when he read back over previous entries, he did not remember writing them. The logbook had become a strange document, a record of days that might have happened or might not have, observations that could have been accurate or could have been hallucinations or dreams. But Thomas kept writing in it anyway, because that was what a keeper did, because the act of recording created a kind of structure, a framework onto which experience could be hung, even if that framework was itself uncertain. In the afternoons, Thomas often walked. Sometimes he walked the perimeter of the compound, checking the fence, examining the buildings, looking for maintenance that needed doing. Sometimes he walked down to the dock and sat there, watching the strange dark water, listening to its movements. And sometimes he walked among the figures themselves, moving carefully through the spaces between them, observing them more closely. They varied more than he had initially realized. Some were tall, 7 or 8 feet high. Others were shorter, closer to his own height. Some seemed substantial, almost solid. Others were barely there, mere suggestions of form in the fog. And they were arranged in patterns that changed subtly from day to day, creating geometries that Thomas could sense but not quite understand. One afternoon, he walked to a figure that stood alone, separated from the others by perhaps 20 feet. It was one of the more solid ones, its form clear and distinct despite the fog. Thomas approached it slowly and stood before it, studying it carefully. Up close, he could see details he had missed from farther away. The figure seemed to be wearing something like a robe or cloak, though the fabric, if it was fabric, had a strange quality to it, as if it were woven from fog itself. The face, such as it was, had the suggestion of features, eyes, nose, mouth. But they were not quite right, not quite human, as if whoever or whatever had made this form had known what a human face should look like, but had never actually seen one. "Who are you?" Thomas asked quietly. "What are you?" The figure did not respond, but as Thomas stood there, he felt something. Not words exactly, not communication in any conventional sense, but a kind of impression, a feeling that was almost like understanding. The figure was not threatening. It was not even particularly interested in him. It was simply there, existing, drawn to this place by the light, by the regular turning of the lamp, by something about the lighthouse that called to it. Thomas reached out slowly and touched the figure's arm, or the place where an arm would be. His fingers passed through mist and found nothing solid. Yet he could feel something there, a slight resistance, a subtle presence, like touching water or smoke or the very air itself. He withdrew his hand and stood there a moment longer, then nodded to the figure and walked away. It remained where it was, motionless and patient. The days continued in this way, one flowing into another without clear boundaries. Thomas worked and walked and ate and slept and maintained his lighthouse, and the fog remained, and the figures kept their vigil, and everything existed in a kind of suspended state, neither progressing nor regressing, simply being. The night deepened around him, and the foghorn sounded, and the lamp turned, and the figures stood in their circles, and everything was as it had been and would continue to be, unchanging and eternal, or at least eternal enough that the difference no longer mattered. Thomas closed his book when his eyes grew tired, banked the fire in the stove, and climbed the stairs to his bedroom. He prepared for bed in his usual way, unhurried and methodical, then lay down and pulled the thin blanket over himself. Through the window, he could see the glow of the lighthouse beam, could hear the foghorn marking its intervals, could sense the presence of the figures outside, silent and watchful. And beneath it all was the sound of the sea, constant and unchanging, the sound that had been there at the beginning and would be there at the end, patient and deep and utterly indifferent to the small dramas of keepers and lighthouses and figures in the fog. Thomas closed his eyes and felt sleep beginning to come, that gradual softening of consciousness, that gentle descent into dreams or nothingness, or whatever lay on the other side of waking. And his last thought, before he slipped away entirely, was that tomorrow would be like today, and the day after that would be like tomorrow. And this was neither good nor bad, but simply the way things were, the pattern into which his life had settled, and there was a kind of peace in that, a kind of acceptance that felt very much like contentment, or at least something close enough to make no difference anymore. And the night continued around him, holding everything gently, and the lighthouse turned through the darkness, and the fog remained, soft and gray and endless, covering everything like a blanket, like sleep itself, like time that had stopped measuring itself and simply existed, moment after moment after moment, stretching out into an infinity that felt both vast and intimate, both frightening and comforting, both real and like a dream from which there was no waking and no need to wake. And so it continued, and so it would continue, and so Thomas slept, and the lighthouse kept its watch, and the figures stood their vigil, and the fog held everything in its patient embrace, and somewhere far away, or perhaps very close, the world went on with its business. But here, in this small place at the edge of the sea, time had become something else entirely, something that could not be measured or understood, but only experienced, slowly, gradually, like water wearing away stone, like light moving through mist, like breath following breath, endless and unchanging and strangely, impossibly, exactly as it should be. The lighthouse stood where it had always stood, and the keeper kept his watch, and the fog remained, and night gave way to day, gave way to night, and the rhythm continued, steady and sure, a heartbeat in the gray, a light in the darkness, a small island of purpose in an ocean of uncertainty, turning and turning and turning, now and forever, or at least for as long as there was anyone left to notice the difference between now and forever, between presence and absence, between being and not being. And in the end, perhaps, there was no difference at all, only the endless continuation, the patient persistence, the quiet resolve to keep going, to keep the light burning, to remain, simply to remain, through fog and darkness and time itself, steadfast and certain and alone together with all the other lonely things that kept their vigils in the night, waiting for nothing, expecting nothing, simply being, simply continuing, simply there,